Hello! Happy whatever today is. Thursday! Happy Thursday! We're back in the factory. As a reminder, there's no stream tomorrow. I have to dog sit for my mother. But next week, hopefully everything's back to normal and we're back to the 4-day-a-week schedule. Last week and this week were a little bit weird. So, I saw a red train somewhere. Where is this train stuck? What are we looking at? Train is stuck where? What is this? What is this? Oh, I changed this station last time from an input to an output. Did I mess that up? Provide only. Has stuff. Alrighty. I did mess that up somehow. So I guess we're gonna go fix that first. Probably I swapped it over to be a provide-only station after the request had already gone out or something like that, and CyberSyn still delivered it. And then the to-do list says that we still have MOSFETs, inductors, and capacitors to do, which I totally believe. And then beyond that, it's just going to be fixing bugs and bottlenecks and figure out, like, what are the things that we actually need to get all this running. I think... Well, this isn't going to actually work until we get... whatever it's called. Well, it's the core of the optical fiber, the glass core. But we are also almost certainly intentionally still slaughtering trits anyway, because we want them for their sweet, sweet, delicious lard. Yes. So until we build up a buffer of lard, it's gonna want to actively keep eliminating trits, rendering trits. Because they are my best source of lard. That might mean, since we're using trits for lard in addition to just our photo for demand, that may mean that it's worthwhile to expand trit production. I am not quite sure yet. I think we could probably get whatever we have here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can double this setup pretty easily. Like, apparently we can sextuple it without running out of CO2. But if we wanted to increase our trit production... Oh! My trits are blocked. What did I do? Urea. High priority source. Provide only. Interesting. Do I not have a urea sink? Where's my other urea sources? Let's figure this out first. This is also a high-priority urea source. Yep. All these places that I turn wastewater into urea everywhere. It does mean that we're probably not using this urea at all anymore. So where's ammonia from urea? Oh, I have this set as low priority ammonia. So we might just need to swap around the priorities there. Because we also have ammonia from Waller synthesis. Yeah. And I had prioritized, I think, this ammonia as my main ammonia to the base. So maybe we want to make Waller the lower priority ammonia? Now that I have so much urea backing up from all of these other... all these places where we're evaporating water. I'm not really sure. Let's do that first. Let's find, where is it? Over here? Yeah. Let's head over to this ammonia first, and let's just make this a high priority ammonia. But what I'll do is I'll make it a low priority, well, really what I should do is make it a proper void, but that's work. So we'll make it... Maybe I should do the right thing. You know what? I'm just going to mark it as a high priority ammonia source for now, and we'll see how the rest of the system, like, behaves, and if that starts to get urea unblocked. And then, if we need to, we can mark this as a urea void or find some other usage for it. I mean, I can't always set this up if I have to, but that seems... Composting it seems wasteful. All right. So with this set to highest priority, we should at least get some usage coming through. We'll check on... But we just have so much urea, like, buried around. It's going to take a while, I think, for it to clear out, unfortunately. So we'll check on that. The other thing that was broken was down here. We have this stuck train where I refactored optical fiber. And then... this stinks. How do I want to... I mean, I could throw this in here, but the issue is that... You know what? I guess it'll be fine. What's going to happen is the first time we get a train load of the glass core, cladded core, whatever it is, there's not going to be quite enough slots, so that train will be stuck here, but we will be pulling out the copper, right, at apparently 10x the rate of the cladded core, and we're going to be pulling out the Kevlar, and we're going to be pulling out the iron niobium alloy. So each of those steps will be draining things from this, so I think it will be fine, is what I'm saying. The train might be stuck here for a little while, but enough of this stuff will clear out that the train can leave, like, on its own. So that part is fine. Is this a really funny shaped circle? I'm losing my mind. It is really funny shaped. What did I do? There we go. Now you're not lopsided anymore. So, I mean, I guess while I'm down here, we can work on these other things, the inductors, the capacitors, and the MOSFETs. And then get red and green chip, like, builds in place. I think the base is getting to the point of being... I don't necessarily want to say fragile. I think a lot of things are working well. But I do think that, you know, in this push towards red chips and science before that, there are some things that we could clean up, some things that could be better. One of the things that I would like to do is, and this is going to take hours, is go around to put map markers on everything. But also, I think there are some choices that were made for expediency early on that are starting to run into scaling problems, and we have to clean those up. On Tuesday, we were talking about electric boilers everywhere and saying, you know, where does it make sense here? Let me look at power. Yeah, almost a gigawatt of electric boilers. But the other thing that pushes up a lot, stack inserters we might not be able to do much about. I think there's some places I'm using them where we don't have to, but like, I talked about this on Tuesday for the aesthetics of the base and wanting to have lots of small trains zooming around. Stack inserters are becoming important. Obviously, there's other ways we can increase throughput. We can have, you know, 2 stations. We can have queues and stackers. But stack inserters have been important for some things. Are there places we're using them that we don't have to? I mean, obviously, we have 900 of them. But so this is something to look at. Boilers is something to look at. We're using tons of power on electric boilers and also electrolyzers. You know, most places that we have a muddy sludge output, and I don't know if I can find one, like, just by thinking about it. Yeah, here we go. Muddy sludge output. We electrolyze the muddy sludge, which gives us oxygen and water. And then we put the oxygen onto rails and void the water. What I should be doing is putting the muddy sludge on rails, making oxygen other ways for when we're going to need it. And that would save a ton of power on these electrolyzers. This one's not running right now, obviously, but, like, when they do run, it's a problem. So that's something to think about. And again, we have dozens and dozens of electrolyzers. So these are the 3 things that are causing us issues. And, like, I wouldn't necessarily trust when this peak number says 6.2 gigawatts. I don't think it's that high. I think we have... Each of these is about 1.2, and we have 4 of them, so that's 4.8, plus whatever we get from geothermal. Which I should probably get rid of some of these steam engines, because I think I have too many. Yeah. 480 steam a second max, and each of these uses 15. So, like, 8 by 4. Even if I wanted to go here, that would be for, like, 5 of them. So I could take, like, 3 columns of these off, and that would probably help the game be better at figuring out how much power we actually have available, etc. But yeah, high power resistors are here. They're already working. Oh, Cermet came through. Excellent. So I think we can just, we can move forward down here. Let's get our remaining pieces, like, built up that we need to get built up here. And then we can... I think just get all the factories built, or as many of the factories built as we can. And then, again, we'll go around and we'll be like, what things aren't we getting? It's like, oh, we probably don't have transistors yet, because I bet this hasn't run. Oh, it did. Yeah, these are all disabled by control behavior, which is fantastic. And that's because we want to buffer, like, just enough of these things. And I did this on Tuesday. I have these set so that they don't buffer too much all at once. I don't think we need that, like, long term. But while everything is turning on, I want to make sure that, like, every component can start to get itself bootstrapped. And then I think probably once we have Blue Science and once we upgrade our silicon processing, we can... But yeah, this is missing, what? Electron-grade silicon, and why is that? Oh, it's literally being loaded up now. Excellent. All right, let's get our next thing done. I'm gonna say this one is electrolytic capacitors. So, for those, we need to bring in solids, our tinned cable, aluminum plate, ceramic... Oh, did I never actually build? No, I didn't. I didn't put it on my to-do list. Really? I didn't put it on the to-do list? Or did I check it off? Yeah, I didn't put it on the to-do list. Of course. We gotta build cadaveric arum. But that's fine. That's bootstrapping. It's making modules and everything for me up at the mall, so we're not going to worry too much about that initially. So, ceramic capacitors, aluminum plate, tinned cable, and the arum. All right. So, what are we pushing through? The biggest one is the tinned cable, and then, like, everything else is fairly small quantities. Okay. Whatever. We'll still just do this. You know what? Actually, no. Let's do the tinned cable on this side. And the reason I'm doing the tinned cable over here is because when I actually set up the factories, what we're going to have is we're going to have this one will be the one that's closer to the factories, so I can use blue inserters where we need them. And then we'll have the things that are further out be the things that are lower demand. And those can be all on the red inserters. There we go. You can see what I was saying about how these ones are going to be on the closer side. Those fluids are going to be a pain. We might have to do it this way. But we'll see. Yeah, because that's only 2 inserters in. And this needs 3, 4 items in. Yeah, that's not going to work. All right. Well, actually, what I can do is this. Let's just do this. Work smarter, not harder. Now we've got, like, 1 in, 1 in, 1 in. And on our output, yeah, 0.5 per second, no problem. Beautiful. So that is electrolytic capacitors done. That just leaves toroidal inductors, which are a little bit funky. I guess I will do... Here, let's go back to YAFC real quick. I guess I will do ferrite separately. I wasn't gonna, because we don't need it for a lot of stuff, but it's just easier, and I have the space down here in electronics manufacturing, so I will just do ferrite as its own thing. I like that plan. And then we'll have to figure out MOSFETs, and that's going to be its own also challenge. Let's actually do MOSFETs first, because I think MOSFETs are going to be complicated. But yeah, we've got some extra stations here because some stuff was weird. So we're going to do MOSFETs first. And then we'll figure out other stuff. Ooh, and that pipe actually like sneaks through this station, which is great. So MOSFETs have a hilarious number of inputs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 inputs. Did I get that right? Let me count again. 3 different types of silicon. Nickel silicon. 4 different types of silicon. Plus plastic, silicon carbide. Yep. So that is 8 inputs. So that's basically just 2 input stations. So that is what we will do, is we'll set up 2 input stations. And I'm not sure how I'm going to route all of this stuff, because 8 items in is also a hilarious number. We'll figure that out. The other thing I should do is I should actually clean out some of this. Silicon carbide's done, nickel silicon's done. We're leaving the silicon in because I need to track what I want to change for blue science. And everything is actually scaled based on that. So I think it is... Yeah, we've got everything we need for this. So we need to bring in our, like, 3 different kinds of silicon plus, I don't know, one of the other inputs here. And we don't need heavily p-doped silicon early on. I'm not sure why. But I'm fine with it. Are any of those silicon types? Yeah, they're kind of all... And this is why these are all currently limited, is because we want to make sure that MOSFETs are actually created. What I should do, let's adjust our limits on these. Because I think the limits right now... Oh, no, it is 3K. Perfect. All right. Because if we check YAFC again, we can see that we have 0.6 of each of these to 1 MOSFET. So I want to make sure I get the ratios right. So these ones are all set to 3K, and then I'll cap the MOSFETs at 5K. And that will help make sure that everything builds correctly. And we won't end up with like one thing hogging all of the inputs and over buffering, or at least that's the hope, is that it will do that. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Interesting. The green silicon carbide is called green SiC, and the final silicon carbide is called silicon carbide. Plastic bars, and what's the last thing? Rare earth oxides. All right, none of these are in large quantities, so we're going to do this thing, which is honestly what I should have done over here, instead of the full belts of anything. Because the most of... Well, we need 4 of the wires. We still could have done it, and I still might. But... rare earth oxides. And what's the last one coming out of this? Plastic bars. And then we're going to have the same thing down here, except all different filters. What went wrong this time? What did I end up doing last week? Or earlier this week. So on Tuesday, I realized that because this is hard mode, electrolytic capacitors need cadaveric arum, so I had to start bootstrapping that. And what was wrong? I found at least one thing that was actively broken, and now I don't remember what it was that I found earlier this week. Today, I realized that, all of my wastewater to urea processing has been heavily backed up. So we've been blasted. So we all of our AL stuff stopped. I patched that, but I need to patch it better because I think now I'm just gonna like yoink all of our urea into ammonia, and we're not gonna have it for other things. And I need to keep some around, I think, for biological samples. I need to keep some around for melamine. So I need to fix urea more permanently. Because the fix that we have right now is bad. But it was enough to get my trits unblocked so that they can keep running. Oh! The thing that we really discovered earlier this week was the photophores from trits that you need for optical fiber decay in 5 minutes. So all of my animal processing, rendering, I do centralized so that I can have like all of the animal parts around in one place and deal with decay and spoilage in one place and ship them out where I need them. And the photophores were turning into biocrud before they got where they needed to go. So we had to move part of this, just the final step of optical fiber to next to where trits are done. And then hopefully... These guys are unblocked now? Yes. Yeah, like I said, this whole setup got backed up because urea was messed up, so... Unfortunately, trits were off for a little while. But it should figure itself out. Okay, let's see. We're gonna have 2 electronics factories that we need for MOSFETs. And... Oh, you know what? If I do this... And... do... that... There we go. I like this plan. That is all of our input belts for everything. Because, yeah, these don't bring in more than, like, a couple items a second from either belt. So I think as long as I didn't do something silly... Yeah, we might need 2 red inserters. We might need, like, that. And then I think just one of these, though. We'll try that, and if we need more, we need more. And these are not right. I wanted to put this here. The reason to put it there is our output of each of these is 1.66, all right? Or sorry, 0.66. We'll take that as our output right up to this station. All right, it's going to take a little while for all of these ingredients to show up, obviously, especially some of the silicon stuff. Like I have said many times over the past few streams, the our silicon wafers are pretty severely constrained until we get to blue science. See, that's carbide plus aluminium is 0.66. Yeah, that's fine with one inserter. And then down here we have rare earth 0.83 plus plastic is 1.33. Yeah, we'll use a blue inserter for that. And then here we've got 0.66 plus 0.5 is 1.16. Yeah, that might be fine with one inserter. And then on the input again is two things that are 2/3, so that's 1.33. So that is fine. Do need to hook up our fluids. Oh, I didn't finish hooking up this one either. So this one is boric acid, so that's actually the same as what we do here. What did I do? Oh. There we go. And then the aluminum pulp. I think comes right over here. And that needs to be routed out of this over here somehow. Cool. These have everything they need except the seeds. These have... There's the aluminum pulp. Okay. This one doesn't? Oh, that's misaligned. And that just leaves the sulfuric acid, which is always exciting. There we go. So these are waiting for their various silicon components, and again, those are running slowly right now. Just, it's expected to be a limit on circuits for a little while. What I probably should do is set limits on these, just like I did for all of these components. Because we do have, like, a... It's not quite like 3 to 1, but it's close. 1.6 to 4.2, 16 to 42, 8 to 21. That's such a weird ratio. It's like 2.5 to 1. Call it 2.5 to 1. So we might want to ratio those, put caps on how much these can build up in their various chests over here, just again to try to keep things from overly yeah, I may as well. Let's do it. Let's do it. And that way, we're not going to end up in a situation where it tries to put way too many of one type of silicon. This should largely do a good job of, like, appropriately ratioing the inputs. But, you know, I trust nothing, so... wait. That should be 3.2K, right? Not 32K? 2K, 3K, yes. Glad I caught that. And then these ones can be 8.4K. And I came up with these numbers because I want the smallest one to be about 3 rows. That's a little bit more than one train load. And if we have 1.6 a second, then 3.2K is 3 rows plus a little extra. And then we do the same thing here, right? We multiply that by that 2K, and we get 8.4K for the N-doped and P-doped. And again, this whole splitter mess largely gives us the, like, it's not quite the right ratio, but it's close. It gives us a 3 to 3 to 1. But having these guys turn themselves off, if one of them does start to back up, will help. But yeah, I think pretty much we just have to wait for these different types of silicon to make their way out to the different places that are going to request it, like both this and... Really? No? I don't know how this ended up with so much silicon. I must have messed up a request at some point. At any rate, you know, these will build as many transistors as it can for a while. But this is going to be competing with the MOSFETs for a little bit until kind of everything gets their first deliveries and it's all steady state. sorry. That probably ended up in the mix. Apologies. I've closed Discord. Something changed with my Discord, and it started making an actual noise at me. And I need to figure out why that is. But apologies if that made it into the mix. Okay. So these guys are done, just waiting for deliveries of silicon. That's fine. This is done except for the cadaveric arum. So that just leaves toroidal inductors. Which I think we're going to do next. I'm going to split ferrite out. I was just talking about this earlier, but just looking at how many ingredients we have 6 ingredients total if I don't split it. But if I do split it, we have 2 different stations of 3 ingredients each, and that's much, much more manageable. So that's what we're going to do, is we'll do 1 station of 2 high-pressure furnaces making ferrites, and then we'll ship those over to the toroidal inductors. And then after that, we're going to go fix urea. We got to fix it. For real. Because I can already tell that just with how quickly this turned back on, and this is empty, I am concerned that we're not going to have urea for melamine resin. If I find one of the other places that we make some of it, like... yeah, it's all gone. Like, very quickly it's gone. So we want to change this station, which is where I assume it's all going. We want to make this a void, and then we need to set up all the places where urea is a byproduct to have the void logic, so that they only get sent to this station on overflow. I mean, I can start by doing this, and that way, at least, if anything else requests urea, this station won't take it. But if temporarily nothing else uses urea, this will happily suck it all down, and then it won't be there when something else wants it. So I do want this to have... to be a void station and have the actual combinator logic, so that it's only enabled when there's excess urea in the system. But we'll do that after. I want to finish what I'm doing down here first. So let's get the toroidal inductors. And if we go ahead and do, I don't know, this kind of thing. Um, Gonna do that just because it'll make it a little bit easier. And then the other side, well, we're still looking at 3 1/4 items a second, so maybe that's a wash. That is a lot of throughput for these guys. And then output is just 1 inserter on each. At least that's easy. Then that will come over to here. And I am going to need a bunch more blue inserters, apparently. But that will be our toroidal inductors. Nichrome and zinc. I'm not sure where we make iron oxide or how the void for that is set up. So I might need to look into that, because it's possible that our iron oxide is just getting, like, currently yeeted somewhere. Because, like, this makes iron oxide, which goes somewhere. What could I be doing with it, is the question. Button, here we go. Oh, I'm using some for vanadium pulp, for sure. I don't know if I'm doing ethylene yet, but I must be. Alright, well, I'm not doing pyrite, so I don't think I'm doing iron slime. Do I have a big thing of iron plates from... Look at that. It is low priority. So this should maybe be turned into a void. But also, like, this isn't running right now, so... Oh, because tar is backed up. My tar is backed up. That seems bad. That doesn't have coke. Are we blocked on coke? Yeah, tar processing is halted because I have, what, too much gasoline everywhere? And too much aromatics. Okay. This one too, presumably? Yeah, look at that. No coke, gasoline, not too bad, but aromatics fully backed up. Excellent. By excellent, I mean really not good. Oh, apparently naphthalene was also totally backed up. Cool. I'm just not going to think about that for a short minute. We're gonna work on other things. We are gonna have to fix it, but for now, let's leave it be. All right, it is just about ad break o'clock. Let's start cleaning up some of these routing and prioritization things. So let's fix urea and let's fix, let's change iron ore to plates, or iron oxide to plates to be a void. We'll get those both fixed up. And then we'll need to spend a little bit of time figuring out how to get iron oxide running again and all of my tar processing backups, because right now we're in kind of a rough place there. But we'll do that after the ad break. So I'll see everyone in just a couple of minutes. All right, welcome back, folks. Did the bots bring me all my stuff while we were over the break? They did bring me all my stuff over the break. Excellent. That is what we wanted to see. I'm gonna need a bunch of combinators, so let me grab the stuff that I'm gonna need for those, because we're gonna be switching around some logic for voiding things, and I just want to have everything I need for that. Where am I going? Over here there should be. There it is. Oh, and a couple stacks of circuits, and maybe some more batteries? How many batteries do I have? Don't see them. 57. Yeah, that'll be fine. If we need more than like 30 combinators, then I'm doing something horribly wrong anyway. So let's head over to where we're turning urea to ammonia, and we'll switch that to be void. And then all the places where we make urea from dirty water, whatever it's called in game, we can convert those to proper void logic. And that'll just be a bunch of copying and pasting. But this will just be a void. Done. Still want this to be high priority because it's the output of a void. But now this, right now it's sucking down all of the urea, and I want to make sure that urea is available for melamine. So if we come up here, and we will have to do this in several places where we do polluted water or whatever it is to urea, wastewater. Where do I have a solid void? Coke, maybe? Is Coke set up as a void that's... Nah, Coke is just Coke. I'm trying to think if I have... I must somewhere. But I need factory search installed so I can like search for individual items. Oh, animal processing has voids. Yeah. Let's grab that. Yes, although we don't want this to be more than greater than 10K. He's stacked to 100, so that's a K. Yeah. That's right. Cool. It'll be urea instead, and input there. All right. Beautiful. So we'll just take these. And now we need to go find the other places we're making urea. This is our normal urea production. So we don't ever want to void on that, because that will be a waste. It looks like everything else is way over in the opposite corner. Yeah, all right. Let's head down there, and we will paste down these combinators. And that should fix our urea back up fully. And then we need to do the same thing for iron oxide so that we're not constantly turning it all into plates, and so that it's available for other things. But then beyond that, we will need to... Well, probably we should figure out how to get tar processing running again, because that's important. Oh, that was... Something wrong with these blocks? No. I mean, I could split them. mean, they all got themselves figured out, but that was weird. Oh, yeah, when a train comes around here, the trains have to wait along here. Interesting. Two here and one down there. All right. All right, one more station where we're making urea as a byproduct, and then we can move on to figuring out iron oxide. I mean, the big issue is that my tar processing is, like, fully backing up, so what we may need to do is set up overflows for gasoline and possibly diesel, question mark. That will help it to basically just void those, and we'll void them down to ash, well, flue gas, which becomes ash, right? So that is the option there. Let's find, let's see. Here we want to set the overflow logic. Where am I? I've lost myself. So yeah, down here, this is tar processing, this is coal processing. We need to have overflow logic here for iron oxide. Or stacks to 100? Yeah. Now the question is, are we doing... And this is where factory search would be really nice. Are we doing this anywhere else? Like, where else do we have iron oxide as an output? Ooh, with nitrobenzene, we get much better oxide yields. Oh, we're doing course classification somewhere, for sure. Sorry, that's coarse coal. Course classification down here. Not that there's a lot of iron oxide there, but I do still want to run over and set that one. And it thinks there's one more place I'm doing course classification. Apparently I'm doing course classification on site here. Why? I must want some of it? Yeah, we use the gravel. Okay. And it's only the... Oh, the stone is also gravel. So it's just the iron oxide that ends up being interesting, and the sand. So yeah, we'll go up to Yotoi, and we'll also make that one a void. This is the... very much the tedious part of finding prioritization issues and And then Yotoi is way up top. But before I go that way, what other ways do we have that we're making iron oxide? Ash separation, of course. Chromite sand. All right, we'll check that one. And then coal gas. I don't think I'm using this. Oh, antimony can make iron oxide. Rare earths. Okay. Let's find where I'm doing my rare earth. This should have an iron oxide. It does. Where's that? Up here. I think my antimony is back this way, though, so let's find that. Yeah, antimony, rare earths, ash separation, which is like one of these around here somewhere. Up here. That will have iron oxide. So yeah, all of these places where iron oxide is a byproduct of something, I need to add the void logic to. This is antimony. This is antimony. Oop, and I am already out of deciders. And then we've got ash processing and rare earths up here. Okay. And then Yotoi. And then I think that's everything. At least all the major ones. That's not ash. Is it up here? Yeah, I think that's it. Yep. Rare earths are down that way. And then up Yotoi, and then, oh, the place that I'm turning iron oxide into iron plates, I want to mark as a void as well. That's important. This looks like it's got to be rare earths. And then I still might make some place that, like, does make iron oxide in, like, a dedicated way. Iron plate from... Oh, I should have done that when I was over there. Shoot. That's okay. At least we're on the highway right now. I still might have to make a dedicated iron oxide build to make enough ferrites for circuits, but we'll just see if this refactor is, like, sufficient to kind of unblock things. So this station is now not only low priority, but also it needs to be a void. And the output of this should be high priority? Yes. Okay. And then one more thing to fix, which is the Yotoi. And then we really have to figure out how we want to deal with excess liquid fuels. My inclination is to set up a big ol' excess liquid fuel voidilator and just let it do its thing. This is... Yeah, Yotoi's up there. Okay. And then just the places where we generate the things that are put on to the bus as liquid fuels, we can void them. I think that'll be the easiest thing to do. Okay. So that's oxide, hopefully figured out. Let me find a place that I'm pulling in liquid fuels. Do I have one over here somewhere? I was looking for one of my liquid fuel delivery stations. I thought I had something up here somewhere that used liquid fuels, but maybe I'm wrong. There's got to be something in here. Nope. All right, let's just go down to glass. I know glass has it. Glass is, like, halted. Don't love that. Oh, we're out of hot air. All right, I'll have to check that one. But what I wanted to look at was the liquid fuel delivery. This. If we look at the input to this combinator, yeah, pretty much. I mean, we are slowly actually burning through the backlog of gasoline. And once we get caught up on gasoline, we will start to get caught up on the other things. But the fact that, like, all of tar processing can stop because we get that far backed up is definitely a bad thing. So I don't want to be, I don't necessarily think that we're in the clear. Hot air is just fully running. Like, fully running. Do I need more hot air? That would be funny. It's certainly possible. We have plenty of coke oven gas. Everything here is running. I'm just surprised that our hot air demand is that... Well, maybe I shouldn't be, right? Like, all of our plate casting uses hot air. Okay. This is full. There's supposed to be a hot air station. Yeah. It's low priority, but it's here. So then why are we out of hot air at glass? Provide. Yeah. Interesting. We have plenty of hot air, is what I'm seeing. We have heaps here. And like over here, wherever it was, I lost it already. Like, it takes a minute to fill up, but it does, like, fill up relatively quickly. But I'm confused why, like, that was sitting empty when we have this whole one here that it should be able to pull from. Oh. What the heck is the B network? What was I doing there? Oh, God. Well, that's why we're not pulling hot air. I don't know what this is, and I'm hoping changing it back to A won't break anything. Worst case, I'll figure out what is the thing that pulls hot air from the B network. Because it'll break. But, like, this pulls hot air from A, for sure, so... Or pushes hot air to A, I should say. So that's... some things fixed. Yeah, and now we are getting delivery requests from that because we should be. I wonder if I flipped that over to a different network at some point just as a terrible way to turn it off. And maybe I'm going to find out that having that on is a bad idea. But... Alright, so if we look at our tar processing, because that's one of the things that's blocking a lot of our iron oxide, aromatics is the big thing. And aromatics already overflow to a void. So what we probably want to do is where we make diesel, we want to have diesel overflow to a void. And then we will have a place where we turn diesel into ash. And that will just be more ash available to the whole system. So let's head over to where we make diesel. We'll add the void logic to diesel. Gasoline will pretty much always be the preferred fuel in the base unless something else is going wrong because we make it in so many places. And that's just the way the, like... the system works, is it prioritizes whatever we have the most of. And that's kind of always going to be... All right. So... now we just need the diesel. Let's pop a DFC real quick. And let's, I know I spelled that wrong. I don't care. So we're going to bring in some amount of diesel. That's an arbitrary number. And we're going to use it as fuel usage to make steam. Actually, 10 oil burners is not a terrible rate, is it? Let's just see how much ash that gives us. That's the question. Steam goes to cooling water. 100-degree water gets voided. 15-degree water is pumped in. There we go. That's like 1.2. If we just scale this to like 2 quenching towers. Or 3, there we go. That is a lot of diesel per second, but like, oh, but that's 3.75 cooling towers. What an awful number. Yeah, because that's 1.25. Then if we go 4 here, everything works except this. This really the only time it works is at 12? Yes. We're not building this. I mean, honestly, even this is probably enough. How much diesel can we make per second right now? That's a thing that I should have checked. We can make like 300 per second. Okay. So we actually do need potentially quite a bit of void capability. That's a lot of oil burners. Yeah. $30 oil burners. That's an option. It's actually not quite enough. Maybe this is what we go for. 254, 34 oil burners. All right. Shopping list. Export to a requester chest. And let's have the bots bring what we need for that to us. And yeah, we are likely going to need to help make a bunch of oil burners. Oil burners. What do we need? Steel. Okay. All right, we have like a third of the oil burners we're going to need. Oh, we're making electric mining drills. Stop, stop, stop. More mining drills. Mining drills, mining drills, mining drills. Small parts, iron plates. All right. All right, on the way is 10 more, so I will let the bots bring the rest of those to me. That's fine. Cooling tower's on the way. I think we're good. I think I actually handcrafted a few more of these than I needed to, but that's okay. Where are you going with those oil burners, bots? Well, the problem is I have no idea where the bot is that has the last cooling tower. There it is. I was going to say I have no idea, but we found it. All right, I think we got everything we need. Where do I want to put this as a void? Where do I have space? It's just 2 stations, so... And I could conceivably do it someplace I already have ash output and merge the ash if such a place exists. And I don't think it does, but that's okay. What's this supposed to be? Fluorine. We're not making fluorine? Not making fluorine. We don't have HF, and we don't have HF because our phosphoric acid is full. Okay. I really don't have a phosphoric acid void. Do I have a phosphine void from other than turning it into phosphoric acid? No. Well, I mean, yes, there's this, but... Yeah, because phosphine overflows to phosphoric acid, and then... Right now, phosphoric is full, and that's blocking this. So this phosphoric itself needs to be a top-up to phosphoric acid, and then I might not have any choice if I need more hydrofluoric, and I don't know if I need it right now. But if it looks like we're actually blocked on the hydrofluoric, then we're going to have to, unfortunately, set up a phosphine void. But I guess it'll eventually block on the phosphoric acid anyway, right? Like, I could fix the top-up things so that we void the phosphine instead of converting more of it to phosphoric. But if we don't have the phosphoric demand, we can't make HF. Period, full stop. So hopefully we get more phosphoric acid demand, is what I'm saying. Which, like, we should, because a bunch of the electronic components use aluminum pulp. All right, so this is going to be our diesel input to be voided. Not you. And that is going to come out to our row of Jeez, like 40 oil burners. How do I want to do this? The water passes through at least, which is nice. So there's 10 of them. I think if we do like that kind of thing. Hey, Nick Man. The factory is, you know, broken, as always. But we're working on it. I'm fixing some missing, like, void overflows and some priority issues around all of the CyberSyn rails. We had some issues, unfortunately. But we're getting there. We will hopefully have red circuits soon. That is what I've been saying for weeks now, but never closer. I don't want that there. That's not going to work. You know, the intent is not to be clickbait. Well, it's to be a little bit clickbait, but, you know, the goal really is to get red circuits figured out. You can't be a content creator without a little bit of clickbait. It's gonna happen. Right now, we're just voiding diesel, which feels ridiculous, but we're, basically, all of our tar processing has stopped, so we're gonna void diesel. I guess I could also set this up to be able to void gasoline, but I think the system is largely using enough gasoline. It's just the diesel is currently our void for aromatics, so we need to overflow. I guess I could have brought aromatics in directly to this instead of voiding diesel, but all right, so we're gonna have flue gas out. I'm gonna have to go get a lot more pipes because we used a bajillion of them. We're also gonna have steam out. Oh, thanks very much for the resubscribe. I really appreciate it. Oh, and that was a 6-month sub. Thank you so much. I just realized what that said. Taking advantage of September. Oh, month 2 of the 6 month, maybe that. Okay. I don't know how this UI works. Regardless, I appreciate it. I think I have subbed a total of 10 times in almost as many years. Yeah. I always try to when I have the money, because I try to support people whose content I like. But I really do appreciate it, is what I was getting at. Okay. What do we have? We have steam dealt with. The other thing we need is the quenching towers for the flue gas, and that'll give us the ash output. Okay. Just do that right over here, and then we're gonna have to go get, like, a couple hundred more pipes, because apparently out of pipes. That's not even close to the right inserter. Solid pickup. And then unblocking... Ooh, that almost didn't fit. The other thing that we should unblock with this is not only are we going to be unblocking tar processing, which will pull in coal processing, but also pushing more ash into ash processing is more silver, and it's more of the iron oxide that I was trying to unblock for toroidal inductors for the ferrite. So, like, this is fine, just burning away fluids we don't need. As much as it feels kind of wasteful, I think it is actually a reasonable choice right now. Okay. Yeah, I think I just need to go grab a bunch of pipes. Ooh, and this is not hooked up right. So that train is going to pop up as stuck soon. We want pipes. Pipes are down here. Let's make it as easy on those bots as possible to bring me pipes. Or we can do it ourselves, because that's all I really need right now. There we go. All the diesel going away as quickly as possible. What am I missing? Oh, a few more of those. Yeah, that's fine. We only need 34 of them, but I didn't want to do 2 rows of 17, so I did 4 rows of 10. And I guess I could have done 3 rows of 12, and then we would have only had 2 empty spots instead of 6 empty spots. Whatever. It's done. I'm surprised that this is continuing to be able to... Yeah, okay. So basically, this is spitting out diesel as fast as it can right now, which is why I built this at the scale that I did. And it's going to burn through aromatics as fast as it can, which should start to unblock all of our tar processing. Unless it's blocked on something else. Nope, it's all coming to life. It's just taken a minute for it all to kind of turn itself on. And that'll get coal going again, which we also need. Beautiful. Beautiful. And at the other tar processing, what does that one look like? Also running. Okay. And that probably means that this has turned on a little bit again. It does, because we actually have tar demand. Excellent. It's alive. And also a slow trickle of iron oxide. And then probably not a lot of ash being pushed up to the ash processing just yet. But when this turns on, it will also give us more iron oxide and more silver. I'm going to assume that we have not seen these guys run yet. Oh, they did! We got a batch of them. All right, it's going to take a couple more deliveries of iron oxide before ferrites start to actually accumulate. But that's fine. Oh, this is building ash fast. Look at that. Cool. So the next thing... What's the to-do list say? I never did finish toroidal inductors. I did finish MOSFETs. We've got the cadaveric arum to do, which I should start on sooner than later. Yeah, we have 4 of these... Oh, right. I decided they were complicated enough that I didn't want to make a... okay. I decided they were complicated enough that I didn't want to make a... try to make a build for them in the mall area. I was like, I need to go build these at an actual place. And then I didn't. I was thinking that they were bootstrapping. I forgot that I had made that decision. Okay. So let's grab the... Does my train layout leave room for a 4-lane expansion? No. Not even a little bit. I don't think that will be necessary. Just because with Pi, we do get 4th tier locomotives. Which are how much faster? Okay, only like 50% faster. But yeah, they're because of the like I could have done... Why did I do these 4 apart instead of 2 apart? I don't remember why I decided to do this. I left a gap intentionally. Like, I wanted this extra space in the middle, and I don't remember why. Oh, no, I remember why. It's for these guys that are a little bit wider. Right? Yes, these are wider. So it keeps the rails in alignment straight, and I can still have the power pole between the rail ramps. That's why I have the extra space in the middle. There we go. But it also does mean that I have a nice space to walk. I can walk down that tile and not be in the way of the trains. So, helpful no matter what. All right, what do we need for the cadaveric arums? We're gonna need, oh, just a second botanical nursery. Okay. Double the length before it drops down. I'm not sure what you mean by that. It's all inline. I think it's the rail ramps are wide. They're weird double wide structures, but that's just the width of the building. And then here they squeeze together because I drew this wrong, honestly. That's the way this is the reason this is like this. Between the up ramp and the next down ramp. No, it's the same width. It's just a like optical illusion from the weird way the game does pseudo 3D. Yeah, it's all the same width all the way through. I guess we'll do the arums up here. Oh, I didn't check. What is the recipe? Oh, shoot. We're not doing arums yet. The recipe for the seeds, wherever they are. Nope, those are sap seeds. Needs 4 of the onions, or whatever they are. And I only have 4, which means if I turn them into seeds, I won't have any for modules. So, we gotta get one more set of DNA samples. Oh, these guys are expensive to bootstrap. But once we do that, we'll be okay. So let's see if we can figure out main double track. Like you could put another 2-lane next to the existing one. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. I get it now. Double width through here. Like where this is flat, there's space for extra. Yes, probably. It's probably just something to do with how everything lined up as far as getting all the pieces in the grids. I don't know. But yeah, not leaving space there intentionally, regardless. All right, what do I need to make more of these guys? I need one more tropical tree sample, another codex, some planter boxes, some cDNA, some good alien samples. All right. It's ad break o'clock. I'm just going to run around and collect all of these things that I need because... yeah. No, that's not making anything. I want to make another codex. What do I need? A couple of lamps. And then tropical tree DNA samples. What do these need? More Logi-Psi. Okay. So I need one more tropical tree DNA sample. Well, I guess two of them. What do I have in here right now? I have one spare flower DNA sample. So I want to make one flower DNA sample and two tropical tree DNA samples. And then I will have two of what I need. All right, so that's going to make our flower DNA sample. And then for the tropical tree samples, I need to go grab a stack of Logi-Psi, which is always a lot of Logi-Psi. And I'm going to need a little more good alien samples, and I didn't grab cDNA, but that's okay. Good alien samples are here, question mark? Yes, and they're also not running. What are we missing? We're missing primers. All right, we'll look into that. But I will steal the good alien samples from the science build. How many do I need? 4. And then Logi-Psi is down here, and I will check on primers while I'm down here. Hopefully that's just a bandwidth thing. But it could also be... Yep, they're just slowly accumulating. I switched a lot of this stuff over to running full train loads instead of partial train loads, or at least... I think half train loads instead of just a single stack. And what that is going to mean is... things are... That's not quite a full stack, of course. Things are going to buffer for a little while before they get redispatched. And that's okay. But I had too many trains that were running kind of all the time. All right, so that's going to make 2 of those. This is going to make 2 of those. No, just 1 of those. Sorry, because there's already 1 of them in the machine. And then up here, I should just need to grab a little bit of cDNA. Where are we at here? Oh, I need more biosamples. I need another codex, and I need planter boxes. All right. Do I have biosamples up here? No. Okay, I'll need to get the biosamples when I go down to grab the DNA. But I do have planter boxes. So let's go get the build done. I think this is going to be a pretty straightforward build. And then we can... we'll come back and we'll get those last couple arums up and running to be able to start seeds. Apparently arums are also their lilies. Okay. I just had to Google this because I just wasn't sure. Lilies. But yeah, I guess I could have done these with the... Now I'm thinking about this. Like, is there a reason I didn't do this? And I think the only reason is that it doesn't look as good. But yeah, I absolutely could fit another set of rails through here if I really wanted to, although figuring out the rest of this intersection would be challenging. There we go. All the way around twice, but that's okay. What are my inputs? They need... So stone wool comes in. What is going on with my Yafsi here? Oh. That's what was wrong. Okay. And actually, I need to output a certain amount of seeds. Where is unified chips? How many seeds a second do I need? Oh, I got rid of capacitors. I need 1 seed a second. Yep. 1 a second, and we make slightly extra, a little bit extra lilies as part of that. Okay. That's fine. Initially, we're not going to have this recipe, obviously. Initially, we are going to have... this recipe. Which... obviously is not actually capable of running 1 seed a second output, but we'll have extra seeds and they will be output. It's just going to take, again, everything with circuits is limited in various ways until we actually get blue science. All of these inputs are just gonna slow us down. But I'm gonna build it for the second tech because I got a plan for something. So this is the planned build. And then what I actually said was I'm going to go up to 24. And that'll give me some extra a little bit of extra harems. Apparently only like 18 works. 19? Yeah. Cool. Let's get... What do we have? 5 inputs? 5 inputs. So 5 solid inputs, a fluid input, a solid output, which is our seeds, and a fluid output, which is the residual gas. So we're going to have 4 stations for these guys. Because it's an AL build, it's going to be fairly large. Does anything have a byproduct here? No. None of this decays. I don't think, anyway. Yeah, I've got lots of space up here for like random stations to hook up to places, but I'm not gonna worry too much about that right now. Oh, these aren't super big even. I could do these in the middle here if I really wanted to. I don't really want to, but I could. So we'll do this drop-off station here, and we'll do the fluid drop-off on this side. This is just going to be coal gas. And then our other inputs are... What do we need? Oh, there's actually 5 of them, which means we need to replace this. Ash, sand, fertilizer, stone wool, and blood meal. And it doesn't need all of these things for the initial recipe, but I'm planning to upgrade it. How is Stonewool doing, by the way? Why isn't Stonewool running? And also, I turned off this radar. Stonewool should have been, like, backed up by now. What? Oh my god. Why am I so bad at this game? Alright, well, Stonewool hasn't been running, but that's okay. It'll figure it out. So, coming out of this, 1, 2. Okay, so that's 3 belts that need to feed in as the inputs for this. So it's going to look a lot like this build. Actually, it's going to look a lot like this build. Except instead of 2 belts in the middle, we're only going to have 1 belt in the middle because we only have 6 total ingredients. So let's figure out what that build is going to look like. So we'll do it like right around here. Water in, coal gas in, residual gas out. All right. Love that, but whatever. Okay, those do reach across. That's good. Do that there, just so we can figure out our belt routing. We're gonna have 1 belt through, another belt through, another belt through. We're gonna have input, input. Oh yeah, we have plenty of space. Okay, that's fine. Then input. And this is all duplicated, but slightly closer together this time. So this weird kind of double... I mean, I guess I can just do that everywhere. And then, yeah, I guess I should have, like, actually figured out. Okay, that is the coal gas in, which should go to almost all of these now. Except for the fact that we didn't do a bunch of these. Beautiful. Next, I think we just have kind of each of these belts. Our total input amounts for everything are super low, so it doesn't really matter the order we hook these up in. It matters so little, in fact, that I am not even going to bother hooking them up symmetrically. I'm going to save myself a little bit of underground belt shenanigans by just running those straight across. There we go. Those are all of our inputs. And then this bottom one is going to have the seeds on it. So initially, I want the bottom one to only run to the first machine, because that's going to be the only one that has modules. Our outputs, I mean, they're so low, right? It's 1.6 a second out of 24 of these things. And in fact, we actually want to do this for now even, because we want to make sure that the seeds really only go to the one that's going to have modules in it, right? We don't want to be messing around. All right. Yeah, and these won't pull in some things yet, right? Like, they're going to pull in sand. They're going to pull in, I guess just sand, seeds, and rock wool. The ash and the fertilizer and the blood meal are all for the second tier. And blood meal we're not making anywhere yet anyway, so, like, that's fine. All right, and then the lilies come out this way into two of these guys, which are going to do this, excuse me, the seeds. Which ones? These ones. 0.8, 0.8, 1.6, 1.6. All right. So that's like 1, 2, 1, 2. And then we priority loop the seeds around. They come out at a solid pickup station, like here. We probably only want to be running one of the seed machines to start with, too. Just to keep things from getting overly backed up. Okay. So this is looking good. It's going to take a minute, obviously, for this to get all of its deliveries. It's going to take a minute for the stone wool, because that was... mistakes were made down here where we build it. I should go check on if we have the stuff to make the 2 additional lilies that we need to start the bootstrapping. And then the last thing... oh, I need to get the output, of course. We're missing the, whatever it is, the residual gas that these guys make. So we'll bring that over, and we will hook that up to another station here. And then we're going to have to do a residual gas processing somewhere. I don't remember why I decided to do that as a separate build instead of doing it on site, but I did. Oops. Okay, that will be the residual gas out. And I think that's basically it for these things. Oh, the water in. Let's do that. Like, almost no water for these guys, but... can I hook that up? Yeah, kind of. Okay. I think, other than needing a couple more of them to make the seeds, this build is done. It's just going to take a long time for them to bootstrap, unfortunately. If I had realized that I needed these earlier in the process, I obviously would have started the process of bootstrapping them a lot earlier. But unfortunately, they snuck up on me. They're, I think this is one of the things, because Pi post-processing or the new Autotech stuff is still work in progress, but especially with hard mode, sometimes prerequisites that are added in hard mode don't make it into the tech tree correctly, so like the lilies here, you can see that electronics does not depend on these, even though... did I hook up water to a gas pipe? I hope not. I absolutely did hook up water to a gas pipe. Thank you. This is the pipe I wanted to hook up to. But anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, some of the technology prerequisites aren't in there, right? So like electronics doesn't actually depend on these things, and I just completely missed that they were a requirement. So we're doing them later than I would have liked, but... and thank you, S3BA, for the heads up. I appreciate that. Do we have... we should have. I think it's been long enough. We have 2 more tropical tree samples and 1 more flower samples. Yes, we do. So we can grab those and add those to the nursery that's been making the initial ones for me. I really only needed one more, but whatever. The more I have, the faster they'll go. Then I also need to grab some... what? Like 12 biosamples. Okay. Oh, did I finish inductors, or did I, like, get distracted and... I did not finish inductors. I did ferrite, but not inductors. Okay. So we can go down while we're waiting for these last couple of... Oh, these need 2 codexes each. Why am I so bad at this? Yeah, we can head down and we can do the rest of toroidal inductors here. And possibly... well, we got to figure out where we're going to do the actual red and green chips, which I guess is going to be one more branch right here. And then we need to hook up the loop. That's going to need a bunch of landfill and a bunch of rails. I don't know if I'm going to need to request more. We'll see how it goes. I maybe should go grab some more landfill, but... let's see. I should have down here... oh, I'm not sure how much landfill I'll actually have, because, like, sand and gravel and stone are in more demand in the base than they used to be, but yeah. We have some landfill. So down here, what I want to do is we're going to connect this box around here for sort of the full loop. Actually, I may as well just do that now, huh? While I'm right here. Okay. That is... my bots are going to be busy for a while, because a bunch of them got assigned up here. But that is the rest of this loop. We do have a little bit of space where we can add some more things if we need to. I'd rather not, but if we need to, we can. So pretty much all of this is stuff that's only used in circuits. That's what this whole area here is. Which is wild. Okay, so this is going to be the stuff for toroidal inductors. Let's figure out what that is. Where's my chips in YAFC? There we go. Tinned cable, ferrite, air core inductors, and melamine resin. All right. So, outputs of those, it's going to be kind of more of this sort of thing, right? Except we just have to change our... And what's the last thing? Melamine. Beautiful. And one electronics factory making toroidal inductors. I mean, this is fine. It's just a little silly, isn't it? Oh, no, that's actually fine. We'll do 3 of those. 2 of those. All right. And that is 1 inductor a second. Woohoo! Okay, so if we go back, I don't need capacitors on this view anymore. I think we're done. We just have to set up... I mean, obviously, each of these things has bonkers amounts of inputs into the chip shooters, so we're going to have to get those set up for both simple and complex circuits. Yeah, because complex circuits have 12 inputs. So that is 3 stations. And then these guys want 7 inputs. Okay, so that's only 2 stations at least. And then we will have our simple, well... Simple circuits should be able to turn on. Complex circuits, not quite yet. We're missing a few things that are still bootstrapping for that. Obviously, for the electrolytic capacitors, it's still the corpse lilies. These guys just need more Surmet. That's fine. That'll accrue eventually. Over here with these, looks like, yeah, we're waiting for more silicon, which doesn't surprise me, and probably also for MOSFETs. We're waiting for more silicon of 2 different types, yeah. And that is just waiting on electronic grade silicon. Yeah. So silicon is very slow. We expect it to be very slow. There's lots of bottlenecks. I've said this several times. Lots of bottlenecks in red circuits right now. I have built all of this so that I can upgrade it to better recipes when we move forward, and that will get us up to a full chip shooter of Just realized I left you guys on the wrong view there. I was talking about transistors and MOSFETs. I was just looking at all the silicon stuff. It's all still bottlenecked on silicon, shockingly. But this should have just dispatched a train, if we're lucky. Yep. So we will eventually get what we need there. Yeah. So this one should get a train dispatched shortly. Then... and I guess it'll probably go to MOSFETs. Maybe. This one. These two, the lightly doped silicon types, are slightly they are, I think, more overproduced than... No. Yes, because these want 2.1 machines, and this wants 0.8 machines. So we get, you know, whatever, 3 over 2.1 compared to 1 over 0.8. This is 1 1/4, and this is 1 and, I don't know. But... more than 1.5, at least. Oop. Are we out of something? Oh, we're out of rails. Okay. And now we're out of rail signals. I will let the bots build whatever they can build down here for now. We'll have to come back down this way again. Not too worried about it. And then... cool. I was worried about the landfill. I should not have been worried about the landfill. We have plenty of landfill. We do need a lot more rails. Yeah, let's go back up to the base. I want to get more inserters and stuff before I finish. We'll set up the chip shooters and everything for green and red circuits. And if we can, if the lilies are done, we will grab those. Yay. Okay. Oh, each recipe makes 2. Cool. That's fine. That just means we can bootstrap a little bit faster. Yeah, bring me my inserters, bring me everything I need. All right, let's go drop off these guys. All right, we get 8 seeds out of 4 of them, and 5 seeds turn into 4. Ugh. So 5 seeds turn into 8 seeds. That's the loop that I'm seeing. So it's like 1.6. That's the way to think about it, I think. Stone wool is still accumulating, though. And this might not even get the first delivery of stone wool. We're also going to have deliveries of stone wool that need to go to Zipiers and stuff, so... Oh, also, we're out of coke. Oh, is that what did I just see a train for that? Yes. I'm going to have this store extra coke. Although we should go through a lot more. Well, maybe. I was going to say we should go through more stone than coke, but maybe not. We're going through like 5 stone a second, and we're going to go through... What? Do I have this as a thing? I don't have it as a thing in YAFC, so I don't know how much coke we're going to go through, but... So besides... What do we got and what's blocked? These guys are blocked on more Surmet, but there's actually enough of them. These guys are blocked on the lilies. This is blocked on ferrites. Alright, and ferrites is probably more iron oxide. Yeah. Which, like, we should be getting more of. It should be happening more frequently. Yeah, coal processing is running more. Ash processing is maybe running more, because we should be voiding a bunch more, Is this still running? It's not. It actually stopped. How much ash did it make? No, okay. We're not necessarily running ash processing more there, although, again, all of these other steps, I think some of them do make ash, so... Gasoline, aromatics. On this side of tar processing, gasoline, aromatics, okay. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Is it going to hit it? 1 gigawatt! Woo! So this is what I was saying at the start of the stream, where we need to keep looking for where these electric boilers are and figure out what places we can use other resources that are on site for that rather than electricity. Because, like, if we already are burning coke for, like, heat, then boiling water with it is also fine, right? If we're already doing, you know, we already have fiber on site for something we need to fuel, then, like, doing steam with that is fine. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have 2 inputs here for the green circuit inputs, and then green circuit out. And then on this side, I'm going to have 3 inputs for the red circuit inputs, and then red circuit out will be over here. I think that is the easiest way to deal with it. Oh, and we're out of rails. Okay. But fortunately, nothing will need to use that. Oh, but I also don't have enough rails to make the stations that I need to put things on. Ugh. All right, let's go get a few more rails. That way we can actually build what we want to build. Like, all of these things should be pretty well accumulated. And they are. How are these things doing? Have they started yet? Oh no, because we're still waiting for the stone wall. Which is still going. All right, maybe I should make that faster. I don't know. All right, how does that look? That looks like it's the better part of all the things that I need. Only like 1,000 belts, but now here we go. Never mind. There's all the belts. I like that they always come in these little packets of, I guess, all the bots that left from a single train station or not train station, a single roboport, and ended up all coming to, they all arrive at the storage chest at the same time, and then they all arrive at me at the same time. And then for whatever reason, the way the pathing works for them, they don't end up all going back to the same roboport afterwards. But all right, here we go. Let's do this. So, solid drop off. 1, 2. One of these is going to need, let me see, where's unified chips? What are our ratios like? Low amounts of everything. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. Okay. All right, so that'll be all of those things. And down here, PCB substrate, the batteries, and the solder. Okay. That all looks fine. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Set all the filters again. Actually, you know what? I don't think we need that. I think if I just drop this thing, right, like here. There we go. I think we do it like that. Save a little bit of belts. So our outputs here are going to be... We're going to have the substrate. We're going to have solder. And we're going to have the batteries. Okay. Cool. And this has 3 trains with this stop, which means everything is being delivered. This should have lots of trains with this stop because everything's being delivered. And this will spit out, what? 1 1/4 circuits per second. All right. Boom. And boom. All right, well, that's green chips. Obviously, there's still, you know, we're still making green chips elsewhere, so this is more of a supplement as we expect the belt base to keep slowly dying. But we will have these now on rails, and I can switch the belt base to low priority. And then we just got to hook up all the inputs to red chips. It is ad break o'clock. I'm going to step away for a minute, stretch my legs, get some water, take care of myself as a human being. I recommend everyone else do the same. I do run just the one ad break an hour. Just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off, because pre-roll ads are awful. Yeah, when we come back from that, we will get the red chip factory done, and then we'll start hunting down bottlenecks. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. I appreciate y'all sticking around. All right, welcome back, folks. I appreciate y'all hanging out for the ad break. I'm just going around checking the state of things, trying to see where we have bottlenecks. Silicon is trying its best. Obviously, this is known to be a bottleneck, but it's trying to get a feel for, like, if and when these different parts of it are going to actually turn on, right? Apparently red chip substrate has been running. That's cool. We can check on glass cladded core, but I think that just needs a lot of silver, which is a super slow item right now. We're here at MOSFET land. Are we still waiting for... Yeah, we're still waiting for a couple types of silicon. That's fine. I don't think there's much we can do about trying to make these different kinds of silicon any faster. And over here, what do we got? Yeah, so this is almost ready to give another delivery, but I don't think we actually need that kind. This one must have just went, and this one gets made so slowly. It's going to take a little while before we get 2 more deliveries, right? One here, and that'll get this fully up to where it wants to be. Maybe. And then we also need some delivered to the MOSFETs. And it's all ratioed, so like once it's running and once it's all steady state, it'll be fine. But again, we're waiting for a lot of... We're still waiting for a lot of materials. All right, this station, and we're actually going to have 2 more. Because red chips have a bonkers number of inputs. Let me see. Let me clear out some of this mess so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, so we're going to do another chip shooter here, just like we did before. 4 of the inputs come in. Nothing on this is like a huge amount of anything, right? Yeah. Actually, this has smaller quantities even than this. So let's do this. Now we just start requesting things, I guess. Let's see, what else is fairly low quantity? The optical fiber and solder. Sure, let's put those ones in here. Okay, we do need a lot of the resistors, so we're going to have to account for that when we deal with all of our inputs. Other than that, I think we're good. So next one, I'm going to request all of our silicon parts. So diodes, transistors, microchips, and MOSFETs. Those are going to be output on a bunch of these. Well, 2 of these. All of these are either 0.6 or 1 items a second, so they are just yellow inserters again. Diodes, transistors, microchips, and MOSFETs. Okay, and then lastly, what do we have here? Capacitors, and what's the last one? Inductors. All right, and those are 1 a second, 1 a second, 0.8 a second, and 3 a second for the resistors. So we'll do these ones here. Along with, it doesn't really matter, inductors, and then down here we can have batteries and capacitors. So down at this end, something like that. And then we'll have to take the output. I'm not overly concerned about. What does this make? Like 1 a second exactly? Yes. Yeah, turn that in. Take the output right here. Then we're going to have a pickup aligned right here. Nope, not that kind of pickup. Well, there we go. That is red chips. Now it's just a lot of waiting and a lot of figuring out where we have bottlenecks. Yeah, we're still having issues with, well, no, we're probably still having issues with iron ore, or not iron ore, iron oxide. Yeah, we are. Does this request 2 stacks of iron oxide? It does. Has it ever gotten it? No. So we might want to make iron oxide, like, deliberately, as weird as that is. Oh, and I still am missing. Wow. So I'm going to need a couple more blue inserters over there. That's not a big deal. I could probably find some place where I'm using blues where I need, like, yellows or something like that and get those blues put in place, but I'm not too worried about it. So yeah, we're going to need more iron oxide. That's just the situation. So, how much iron oxide does this use? These will use 10 a second if I let them. I think I saw... Nope. Third tries the charm. Oh, chromite sand. Am I making chromite sand anywhere? I probably didn't set that correctly to void. Looks like yes, but not that chromite sand recipe. Okay. But I was looking at this that gets you like twice as much iron plate as nitrobenzene. Or sorry, twice as much iron oxide as iron plate using the nitrobenzene. And I'm wondering if that's worth just setting up. We do make nitrobenzene. And we could make more of it. It's not cheap. But having the iron requirement for the oxide compared to using chlorine seems really useful. And I also definitely... Well, I might have enough chlorine, but... I have had issues with having enough chlorine in the past. And nitrobenzene looks like it's fully backed up right now, although... As we turn on this whole system and we get more demand for Kevlar and things like that going into the electrolytic capacitors and things, then we will obviously see more demand for the nitrobenzene. Yeah, look at that. Love to see it. So, of the things we're missing, let's make sure we know what's going on. MOSFETs, that's just because silicon is slow. This could just take a long time to bootstrap unless I want to go around and move some things by hand, which I might do. Toroidal inductors need more iron oxide. Electrolytic capacitors are waiting for the cadaveric arum. Transistors is also more silicon. Optical fiber. So there's 2 things that are going to be limiting factors on that. One is trits, and getting enough trits to be consistently Okay, and we are currently... Oh, we just got a load of trits. All right. So that's fine. You can see we have the photophores. And right now they're just decaying because we don't have the glass core. And the reason for that is... Well, silver. It's silver. It's always... Oh! We got some. Okay. But yeah, this stuff is expensive. It takes silver and sulfur. Like, silver is a problem for us. You can see our silver only goes to here. And it's not a great recipe. 3 silver plate to 2 glass core. Right now, apparently, we're glass limited, but we'll be silver limited again shortly. I think everything turned on here because we were having issues with hot air earlier. So this whole setup is just, like, mad at me, basically. Yeah, everything needs to rebuffer. Oof. Oof, this was off for a long time. I'm also looking at this. Wow. We're gonna have to find another stone patch soon. My concern is that with this hot air, like, how much are we actually, demanding hot air here? Which means this hot air down here has got to be similarly low. Yeah. And this is running, like, full-time, right? This makes whatever this 150 hot air a second is. Which I think is, like, the best I can do right now with hot air stage 2. Unless I want to... Ooh, I didn't realize I had... Wait a second. How does this work? No. We take the coke oven gas at 100, and we turn it back up to 500, right? That's how this system works. Yes. Yeah, we do warmer stone brick from warm stone brick, and then down here we do warm stone brick from the 250, which is the output of warmer, right? Yeah, okay. Sorry, I saw that coke oven gas to soot recipe, and I was just like, ooh, is that more silver in my life? And it could be, but not with my current setup, because that's actually a closed loop on the coke oven gas. But what we do have is up here, we overflow coke oven gas, and right now we just burn it into ash, and I should... Presumably it's better to turn it directly into soot than to burn it into ash than the ash into soot. I have to double check that, but also that is just absolutely the wrong... Interesting. That's been broken forever. So we might want to do that on the overflow, is turn it into soot instead of into ash. But clearly we don't have that much excess coke oven gas right now. That's probably because this is backed up on something else being broken. Oh, it's actually running. Huh. Okay. Never mind. But yeah, like, this is one of the places we could absolutely change the system to use, like, we can and should be using coke from within the system to do this steam boiling rather than electricity. And that would save us, whatever, 50 megawatts every time that system's on. Which is not Huge, but it's not nothing. What can we be doing right now? That is really the question. Lilies are getting ash delivered. That's fine. They're still waiting for these guys. I might just hand deliver some of those just to get the lilies bootstrapping, because right now they are the that could be one of the longer things that needs to happen today, is just waiting for those to bootstrap, in addition to just waiting for all the silicon processing to happen. So we will we'll help them along. And the worst thing that's happens if I steal a bunch of this from here is that other places won't get it delivered. All right. Let me actually do one better even, and just drop a stack of it in here. Science might just be paused because I stole that stack of Logi Science and everything got delayed again, but let's make sure. Nope. Science... Cotton guts are broken. Alright, let's go fix cotton guts. Fortunately, those are, like, right up here somewhere. No Relesia seeds. No Relesia seeds. I must have, like, unplugged Relesias somehow when I... Or we're out of hydrogen? Nope, it's unplugged. Okay. A week or two ago, I'm not even sure anymore, I centralized Moondrop production because I wanted to move things up to newer Moondrop recipes. And that meant ripping up the Moondrops that were down at Cotton Guts. So when I did that, I apparently did not reconnect the hydrogen to the Relesias correctly. So we will do that now. There we go. Alright, that'll turn Cotton Guts back on, but that is miserable to have had busted for however long it was broken. I mean, this was probably full at one point, right? That gives you an idea of just how long that's been broken for, to go through that many Cotton Guts in science. Tens of hours, easily. Alright, Oops. Further this way, Brandon. The lilies up here, I think... There, I can just do this for now. I don't think I need to change anything. Yeah, these are going to be a slow craft, and it's going to take a little while for them to start backing up. The way this build is set up, it's going to want to back up, like, all of the seeds before it starts to back up the lilies that I can use as modules. So the question is, like, do I babysit this and, you know, get more modules quickly? Like, this is going to spit out 4 of these modules from one craft, which is fine. But it needs at least another batch of seeds before it can make more, and it takes 4 of them to make a batch of seeds, right? So it's going to have to do, I don't know, one of these goes into a batch of seeds, and then I'm not sure. I might just wait until there's a small pile of seeds here and then come up and I can start grabbing them off the belt. That's probably the better thing to do. What else has been going on? These guys are fine, right? This fiber build, no, whatever it is, coal dust, yeah, fine, it's great. Silicon is just being silicon and being slow, yeah, pretty much. All right, watching all of these very slow belts is not going to help anything get built faster. I think we really do just have to wait here, unfortunately. Yeah, and these all turned on, which I don't love, but like, because we got the deliveries of this stuff to over to the red circuits, like these need to reaccumulate some diodes and the microprocessors as well. And those turn off, I think, at... Yeah. Yep, at 3,000. I probably should limit... I don't think I did. But I should limit MOSFETs as well. Yeah, limit MOSFETs to like 5,000. Okay. And again, that'll just make sure that no single silicon product goes, like, totally crazy and sucks everything up on me. Glass was doing some of the... glass core. But I think for that whole chain, like... Yeah. One glass core makes one cladded core. Oh no. Lied. Yeah, one glass core makes one cladded core. That is true. But then one cladded core makes two copper coatings. That's 1-to-1. Then it's 1-to-1. And then it's 1-to-3. Okay. So it does, like, ramp up pretty quickly. So if I deliver what we have here as far as glass core, or to wherever we need to make the cladded core, which is in a weird place. It's up here. Yeah, if we deliver the glass core to that by hand, we might, because that goes 2-to-1, there's probably enough glass core for that to end up with a delivery down to all the places that need it. So let's do that. Head down to glass. And like, again, all of these things are ratioed correctly. So in the steady state, well, barring the known bottlenecks where we don't have the right ratio, the right recipes yet, all of these things are ratioed correctly. So like, yes, we don't have enough silver because we're waiting for that. Yes, we don't have some other things, but in theory, once things hit the steady state, like, because they're ratioed, even though they're spread out, what we should see is, you know, trains can make the right amounts of deliveries at the right times and keep the whole system running. It's just during the bootstrap phase, you often don't want to wait for, 20 stacks of something, right? You don't want to wait for a whole train. And it's easier to hand deliver some things. Just to get things started, just to see everything working. And then, like, once we get our first couple of red circuits, and I feel happy that I have them, we can figure out... We're not going to need that many red circuits initially, and we're going to have a bunch of other stuff to do. So we can definitely let red circuits just kind of... marinate. I don't know if that's the right word, but... So yeah, this is 1-to-1, so I'm going to end up having to hand deliver the cladded core too, once this is done. 0.5 a second. I delivered 1,200 of them. Whatever that is in time for how long that's going to take. Okay, like 40 minutes. Let's be thinking about... I mean, what did I put in here? Worker robot speed, small parts, logistics, fast inserters. All of these are good. None of these are what I actually want. I thought we'd have a lot more research running in the background, so I queued up stuff that is... I was like, I'll queue up all the nice-to-have things, but, like, we actually do need tech for the next things we want to make. So that is what we're gonna look at, instead of what we've been building. We can look at fast circuits on our way to nuclear. Nuclear is the next big puzzle. So let's do ethanol. And let's do... What else do I need for nuclear? Ah, here we go. We do need small parts stage 2 for that. We do need electric motors. And then we get nuclear. Okay. Ethanol... Ethanol is from molasses, huh? From B-type molasses and Fawaji and Zogna. Molasses is from Tufras? I never bothered to set this up. Yes, we get type A molasses from Tufras. And then type B molasses from filtering the type A molasses. Then we can do ethanol. And then there's also this weird recipe. I don't know why we would do that. Biocrud, water, nitrogen, and type B molasses back into wastewater and type A molasses. Interesting. Okay. But we are gonna want this. We're gonna have to look at Tufras, and we might need to upgrade our Tufra build. I think we build Tufras in one place. So upgrading to Tufra stage 2, maybe. I'm not sure how overbuilt the Tufras are, or if there's room to do more of them. They do appear to be overbuilt, though. Because they are not fully backed up, pretty backed up. And then the other side of this is going to be small parts 2, which is just... What the heck, Pyanodons? Alright, apparently in blue science we can cast bolts. That's good to know. Oh, we can cast, like, everything. Look at this. But all of these are going to want advanced castings, right? Yeah. But still, that's going to be huge. And that's going to be some refactors, because we're making a lot of these materials on site in different places. Because making them centrally is often silly. So that is going to be a big refactor when we get to chemical science, is moving a lot of those places that are taking in plates and getting them to castings instead. Oh, we've already done like a third of these. Well, maybe. No, we haven't. Oh, it's taking from the bottom stacks first. Okay. Never mind. We've done, like, a couple dozen. But yeah, once the cladded core is built up to a sufficient level, I can take that down to the next stages. And it will, since it gets duplicated a couple of times, we'll end up with lots of the other things that we need. How is silver running over here? Still going? Just still going. Yep. Tar processing and coal processing are running. Yep. Yeah, the iron oxide is definitely a problem for ferrite, though. It's so close. Oh, but these are 2 to 1, so it's gonna take like 3 deliveries of ferrite before this will actually run, or before this will be ready to ship its own delivery. Okay. And that's because, when this outputs, a little bit is going to end up buffered in this belt here. So even though 2 deliveries of this would make exactly 1 train's full of these, this won't quite have a full train load in it. So it'll need a 3rd delivery of ferrite, and then it can go. That is one of the things which I guess I could fix in my blueprints so that we always read those belts as being part of the amount available. But again, in the steady state, it doesn't matter. It's really only an issue when things are bootstrapping. Let's make an iron oxide thing. Let's do the nitrobenzene to oxide recipe. So if I wanted to make all of the iron oxide that we need, and I don't necessarily, because this is a bonkers amount of iron oxide, but Okay, just 5 high-pressure furnaces. I'm nervous about this. I don't know why I'm nervous about it. I mean, obviously, because iron usage is always potentially an issue, but... Let's just do it and we'll find out what happens. Yeah, okay, so we're back out of the lightly P-doped. Well, I ended up using pretty much all the stations down here. I was a little worried I was going to have some dead spots. It looks like we ended up with just one empty spot here. Could I have avoided that? Maybe. But I think it's fine. Probably during some refactor or some upgrade of one of these factories, I will find a use for it. It's good to have a little extra capacity for stations floating around, because I do run into the need sometimes. This thing is going great. Oh, let me, let me do this. Oh, I need to go there. Never mind. I was going to say, I want to mark the station that supplies circuits from the belt base as low priority. Again, just to put less strain on the belt base, because it is not as totally functional as it used to be. Think we can do the nitrobenzene right here. So that'll be the iron oxide out. That will be the iron ore in. And this will be the nitrobenzene in. And if I end up using too much nitrobenzene on this process, I can definitely upgrade it. I did design that build with the space for upgrading, so... And output... This, as an output, is low... Well, no. No, this is normal priority. Because all of our other iron oxide sources are byproducts, so they're high priority. So I don't have to flag this one as low priority. Okay. And that'll be a couple of train loads of iron oxide available. And what should happen is this will buffer and then it'll run hopefully very rarely, because iron oxide that's created as byproducts of other processing will be more frequently available, right? That's the hope. That is the plan. We are stopped. We're stopped because... happened. Oh! We're stopped because all of my inserters are backwards. Awesome. Which means that what I wanted was that this would have had a little while to have built up some seeds, and I could have snagged some of these guys. Not the case. So, yeah, this has 6. So this can run twice now on this set of seeds. Well, what is next? I mean, other than waiting for these guys to bootstrap, I don't really have a plan. Like, everything is built. There are known issues with the base that we could be working on, I guess. We can take this opportunity to do some general maintenance and some cleanup while we wait for... Yeah, like, this is stopped. Why is this stopped? Assuming because, yeah, no silicon. Why no silicon? Okay, we're just waiting for the delivery. I could make silicon a little bigger. I could throw down one more, although this is already pulling... I'd have to switch it over to, like, a full belt of each. It's a bonkers amount of input. I mean, I can do it, but... I'm not sure the The trains would be happy if I tried to do that. Just the stuff they'd have to deliver here would probably bottleneck instead. And again, in the steady state, we have plenty of silicon. It's just, it's the startup time. Yeah, and this is running out of the electron grade silicon as we speak. The wafers do get, are they doubled in every recipe? Yes. And yes, they are doubled in every recipe. So that's good, at least. But then into these things, what do we end up with? I mean, it's doubled and then it's brought back to a third, right? And probably here, doubled and then cut in half, so that's normal. Oof, that one's rough. And then doubled and then cut in a third. Yeah. So definitely silicon processing is gonna remain a huge bottleneck. I fixed inductors, or, well, we're on the path to fixing inductors. I added more iron oxide to the base. It does look like we got our first delivery here for these guys. Yeah. And this is what I was saying earlier, where I said it was going to take a little while for all the toroidal inductors to get to the point where delivery could happen. Because we have a bunch that are buffered around the belts there. But we're close. Transistors and MOSFETs, again, we're waiting for silicon to buffer. I'm surprised we haven't gotten simple circuit boards delivered yet. That's weird. Because, like, yeah, this one is just hitting the threshold, but surely there's circuits from the belt base. Because I haven't flipped the switch on changing this priority yet. No, there's not circuits from the belt. Uh-oh. No lead antimony. There's no lead. Why is there no lead? Missing acetylene is broken. Okay. Let's head over there. Let's head over to acetylene. And let's figure out what's broken with that. This is the solution to wondering what to work on in Pyanodons. Is just wait. Something will break. So acetylene down here is backed up on gravel. Again. No, but this one should still run. Backed up on carbon dioxide. Oh. Oh, this happened not that long ago. I'm having memories, which is terrifying. Nobody needs those. But basically this whole system is just like stuck right now. We're not pulling through enough wood to keep the whole system running. This should prioritize the input from, yes, this belt is wood from the rail base, but these belts are wood from the belt base, and it does prioritize its own wood into here, where we make everything that gets used as all right, well, it's ad break o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and let the ad run while I try to figure out the best way to get a little more demand on my wood. Because, like, when this whole system is running, it does pull, you know, a certain amount of fuel. But I mean, one option is just avoid it, right? That is certainly an option. I can just burn it, right? Burn it into ash. Sorry, briefly distracted here. I was just making sure this had all turned back on, and it has. Looks good. It's going to be a little while before we get up to, you know, a few hundred of these again so they can be shipped out to turn science back on. But the clouded core is also slowly but surely working its way through. And if I check it glass, how is that doing? It's probably stopped at this point. Yes, because it's out of silver. That is fully expected. Hey, look, more seeds. All right, so this has managed to loop a couple of times, which is good. Like I said, I just want to see this get to the point where it has a little bit of, just a little bit of seeds backed up, and then I can start grabbing them on their way by to drop into the next couple of these to turn on. Yeah, I really don't know what I want to work on. I guess I do need to figure out this wood situation in the belt base. That is the important one. And welcome back from the ad, folks. I appreciate you sticking around. I'm still have no idea what I'm doing with myself. I'm trying to contemplate the best way to get more demand for wood into the belt base, because that will equate to more demand for moss, which will be more demand for CO2. CO2 drops here are on top-up mode. Oh, look, this is how I dealt with this last time. I didn't. I kicked the can down the road. Ugh. I mean, I could do it again. We are pretty close. I mean, we do. We don't need this to run, do we? We have circuits down here now. Like, they're working. That's it. Yeah, and a delivery has even been made elsewhere. So, like... maybe that's that for that part of the belt base? The problem is that circuit build also supplies the mall right now. And am I ready to move the mall onto rails? Is the other question. And the answer is no, I am not. I'm probably going to figure out an autocrafter instead of this bot mall setup. So that will be cool at least. But... interesting. I have things requesting pin spores? Is that what those are? No. Maybe. Maybe. It looks like a different shade of blue. But maybe it is the Navens. Do I know what's requesting Navens spores? Absolutely not. Something that I set up to do something. Oh, look, this. Maybe. Oh, this was my Yadol bootstrapper. Interesting choice. Interesting choice. Yeah, this was requesting, but I ended up hand inserting them instead. Okay. That brings back vague memories. Okay, I need demand for wood. That is the only thing that I can do right now, is I need to figure out how to use more wood in the belt base. Because if I don't, it's gonna die. That is not a solution, Brandon. Don't do that. That's as bad as buffering the CO2. I mean, honestly, what it's really tempting to do is just, like... grab some boilers and just make sure that I have a constant drain on... Oh, I have a bunch of boilers. Okay. Bring me... outfalls and 5 of the other things. Cooling towers. Bots. Oop, there they are. Okay. I think it's 5 to 2. Double check that. You output 400. you can void 1,000. So yes, 5-2 is the ratio. Now I need to find a good spot near... Hey, this works. Boilers. There they are. It's like I knew I had some around. Oh, and it would help to actually hook up water to it, wouldn't it? All right. Well, it's a Band-Aid, but it will add a little bit of demand for wood to the system. I might need more. I might need to burn a lot more wood than that. It's going to take a little while for all this to even consider looking like it's draining. Well, I hate it, but it'll do something. It'll keep the base slowly but surely limping along. And the other thing that we should do is we should turn off sending any circuits to rails from the belt base at this point, because I don't... Well, maybe we're okay. Maybe that's enough. The question is, like, how... No, see, this is already backed up again. So, like, it ran for a blip. And it'll run for a blip again. But... I mean, obviously, it's going to take a little while for... Yeah. I mean, I guess we could see how much is coming through, right? And there's a little bit of a multiplicative effect because we get the, what's it called? The biomass filtered out to be turned to ash separately, although that is going to back up too, to be clear. So yeah, we're slowly turning on. Okay, let's go turn off circuits from belt base to rail base. That is an important thing to do. I don't think that we expect those to function anymore. Although here's the deal. We're still making batteries on the belt base, and that's the part that broke. Oh, I did decide that I could do like this, didn't I? Yeah, running few of these might help this actually rebuild its steam battery. Not that that's, you know, all that important, but... Yeah, I mean, if we can't get batteries running here again, then we're going to have to move batteries to the rail base as well, and that would be a major frickin' undertaking that I don't want to do. We get better batteries soon. Maybe we should do this. Maybe we make this our priority. Because then we get somewhere in here... I mean, I don't know which of these is going to be the best battery recipe. Batteries from sodium sulfide. It's a something. 3 batteries, 4 like we have these various options, so do the math on which of these seems the best. 2 rayon to 3, 2 rayon to 6, 2 rayon to 4. I'm assuming rayon is going to be my, like, limiting factor, although also lead antimony alloy, 1-to-1, 2-to-1, 1-to-1. This does need sulfur in it. Chromium, steel. Yeah. But that's, I mean, that's behind nuclear, right? And it doesn't look like it actually needs nuclear. So that's good. We just need the tech researched. Excuse me, that was a little bit of a yawn. Yeah, and what happened here, this is exactly what happened the last time this broke, is that the lime basically the lime here, when this turns on, needs to overflow enough, and this still can't run super consistently because we're not pulling that much wood yet. I mean, it's trying. And maybe the issue is that we shouldn't be pulling the wood here. Maybe I should be pulling wood directly. Because this looks like it's pretty much running full... full tilt up here. But yeah, maybe if I did logs, put this somewhere next to logs instead of on these, we would get... If our goal is to waste wood, we get more bang for our buck doing it at logs than at all the processed wood, right? Like... And we do have logs up here anyway. We have this line of logs, which goes right up here, then forks off and goes right up here, and then goes off and does other things. But we can do this. Where's the closest power? All right, perfect. And water in, Brent. Cool. That should waste a lot more wood a lot more quickly. Oh. That might waste too much wood, to be clear. I want to make sure we're not just pulling wood from the rail base just to burn it, if we can avoid it. Because that is a waste of resources. But, you know, everything generated in the belt base, we can kind of... So we'll have to see, you know, once this hits its sort of steady state, and it probably almost has. Yeah, it pretty much has. Which is pulling a little over a belt of wood. I don't think we realistically make a little over a belt of wood. So I think we're gonna want to reduce that just a little bit. Let's turn a couple of these off. And again, the goal is really just to make sure that we're pulling enough CO2 to keep this stuff running. That's the magic secret sauce. Oh, wow. That's been broken for a long time. The joys of sinking byproducts, yeah. And, like, when all this was set up, obviously, like, the belt base was the main base, and there was a lot more demand on its resources and things like that. So, like, it's this weird intersection of, like, there's not a lot of the belt base left that's super important, so things back up and byproducts get weird. You know, I could probably, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe what I should do is just, like, try to push the carbon dioxide out to the rail base. Like, that's an option. Set up a fluid station somewhere and just shove the CO2 into the rail base as byproduct CO2, right? We would probably use it, like... Where's my moon drops? Not there. Here? Yeah. I mean, they're running. The fact that these moon drops are running means that we have pulled CO2 from this station, which means that presently the byproduct CO2 is not keeping up with the full needs of the base. Which means that adding more probably won't break everything. But yeah, it's all just so fragile right now. Turning it into methane and voiding that, yeah. I mean, I'm sure my methane up here is backed up, wherever that is. Yeah. I don't even know what this methane gets used for, or was used for. Not used for anything anymore, I'm sure. We have methane. Oh no. So it will... Interesting. So this was kind of a compounding effect, right? Because we need a little bit of the methane for batteries via cyanic acid. So, like, CO2 got backed up enough that we weren't making lead, and then now we don't have methane, so now there's even more excess CO2. Interesting. Also, this is all backed up again. I thought I had kind of fixed this, but maybe not. Maybe not. Is rubber broken on the belt base? Is that something else that's gone wrong that I didn't realize? No, rubber's just fully backed up. Okay. That's fine. I guess we don't use that much glassware anymore. Now that we're not doing science on the belt base, right? Like, all of this is just here. Well, hopefully batteries are turned on a little bit. A little bit. Getting there. Slowly but surely, it's turning back on. Yeah, exactly. And I intentionally migrated science to the new builds on Rails, but, like, that's not necessarily good for the belt base that was designed with these ratios in mind, right? Especially in hard mode where voids are few and far between, like, you get things balanced and then it's all out of whack. But, like, the plan was always that the belt base was going to retire. It's just sort of a matter of, like, when do I fully separate myself from it? What does it still provide to the rail base? And, like, the answer is not much. Like, there's all of these weird things where it's hooked together with other stuff, but, like, the main thing that the belt base is still doing at this point is being my mall. And we really do at some point just need to figure out the auto mall plan and go from there. Alright, well, I think we at least have acetylene mostly running again. I'll take mostly running. Yeah. We need some gravel to clear, I think. I don't know if this can fully bootstrap itself from this broken position, especially when CO2 is still not flushing that quickly. Split the difference. Because, like... Oh, you know what I probably need? I probably need to put a lane balancer in here. Because I think what's going to happen is... Oh, this is a lane balancer. But this is a lane balancer that's after we merge in this. Is that fine? I'm not sure. I think not. I think I want this after the lane balancer. Sorry, and by this I mean the belt of wood that comes from the rail base. So I think, don't know for sure. One will hook that up there. Why does this loop back? Where does this go? What is this belt of wood supplying? Zogna. Why? The world will never know. Okay. So input priority right. Because, yeah, this will pull from whichever of these lanes has stuff on it, as long as there is a lane. And then, if there's not, then it will pull from this. Okay. Yes, that is what I wanted to do. And then, I guess in theory, we're just splitting Zogna right after. That's fine. All right, but all of these are turned on at this point, which is good. But that also means that our moss demand is already, like, peak. So that's bad. All of the rest of this moss that would use a lot more CO2 is 20 a second. So 5, 10, yeah. All right, and good. It was able to clear its blockage here, which is what I was hoping for. Oh, it's 40 a second. Oh. You know what? I'm going to do what I was just saying earlier. We're going to go ahead and we're going to push CO2 onto rails. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to do that by taking all of this out of the way. We're going to do that by removing this weird belt of fish. I don't know the reason for its existence. Don't even know which direction it's going. North. Why am I feeding fish into my base? I don't know. Oh, fish oil. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's important. Okay. So then hot air comes in here. I do want this to be a low priority hot air station. Because when this is pulled too much from, things do get very sad. I don't need that. But then over here, this will be a high priority CO2 station. Because I want to make sure that this is treated as something that needs to be voided. Okay. Now we just got to figure out how to drag this... no, that's oxygen. How to drag this belt. Take it from... Where's a good spot? CO2. Let's just take it from here. Do greater than 90. Because there is a top up on this already. Yeah. So I want... If for whatever reason we run totally out, these will still run and top up the system. But for the most part, I expect that it will be overflowing at this 90 threshold. Now, I just gotta go over there. All right. There we go. CO2. Nope, not quite. CO2 voided. This is what I should have done in the first place, instead of messing around with trying to burn wood. All right, let's go take apart that wood burning thing we did, because that's stupid. Yeah, these are able to just empty themselves completely now. It's perfect. It's beautiful. I love it. This is not quite a full belt of CO2 because some is coming out here. Sure, there's a little bit of aluminum demand on that network. That's fine. But otherwise, this is a full belt still. I'm impressed that the coal and tar processing that I did here is still, like, functional. That I got that actually good enough. That is some of the oldest builds in the base, and they have remained reasonably robust. Okay, up here we have the thing that I did that we can undo. Yeah, that's a relatively cleared out inventory. How are these guys doing? They're going. All right, I probably have enough seeds. Yes, I probably have enough seeds to come grab the next couple batches of those that come out and move them up to their next couple places. So I'm going to do that. And then what else was going on? This is done running its little manual run. That's done running its little manual run. So let's also grab that. Again, we do expect this to run on its own eventually, but like we're very much waiting for silver. And if we're just trying to get red circuits to sort of start themselves up, then this first batch of cladded core should go a long way towards that. Let's go do the corpse lilies, and then we can do the We'll drop the cladded core off after that. And then we will figure out what else is busted. Science is still probably blocked on these guys running. Yeah. They are running full speed. They are running full speed. But I think there's only, like, just enough for science, so unfortunately, it could be a little while before that actually gives a delivery. They were broken for a long, long time. All right, that's 4 of them. All right, and it looks like there's enough. If we take the next 4, do I want to wait here for however long this takes? Yeah, I should. They'll run faster if I do it. If we take the next 4 from this after this finishes. Which is like a minute and a half, unfortunately. Yeah. They will be running 3 times as fast, though, when we're done with that, so that is good. And I guess it's going to be like that. What else is going on that I can check on? How are Trits doing? Trits are doing... Yep. And that means that down here, if that's halfway full, these are probably pretty much all gone. Yeah, these are all gone. Soon to be all gone. Photo 4's still decaying. That's okay. We want the extra lard from the Trits. It is intentional that we are just letting them be rendered, even though we don't have everything set up for the Photo 4s yet. How's silicon? That's a thing that is always a question. Looks about the way it was a few minutes ago when we left it, which I guess shouldn't surprise me. It's slow enough that these take a while to be ready for a delivery. This one will go soonish. I mean, however long it takes to make 150 of those. The throughput of these can't be trusted, obviously, because we're limited by this, but... 0.5 per second, so that's... for 150 is 300 seconds, but one of these goes into 2. Yeah. So that's 150 seconds, but then that's only 3/7, so 350 seconds. So like 6 minutes, and it'll run another batch of this lightly p-doped out to wherever it needs to go. Which could end up coming here, right? If it comes to MOSFETs instead of transistors, then I mean that's fine. We eventually need it to go to both of them. More Surmet, okay. Sure, I think we need it over here more, but that's okay. Actually, maybe not. We have lots of resistors there. And then toroidal inductors, we're waiting on a lot more iron oxide, which appears to still be an issue. And that is going on. We built that up here. Oh, look at that. And I screwed it up. Okay, good. Excellent. Love to see it. Oh, no, I missed the shoot. Oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. Well, I missed one of them, but not the other one. So that's what matters. All right. So that's 1/8 of our capacity. The joy of alien life. Okay. Can't believe I did that. Alright, and if we check on acetylene, how's that going? That appears to be running. Oh, it's running really well. Excellent, 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 excellent. Concrete's going. Concrete's going to back up again eventually. I do have this alert. But yeah, this also, depending on how far back gravel got screwed up, like, is antimony totally effed again like it was the last time I let gravel get this badly messed up? Seems like maybe not, but maybe it got close. It's all running. All the alloys are running. Yeah, we're okay. We're okay. Lead broke first this time, I think. Yeah, we have antimony all the way into here, so it's fine. Even if it's not buffered all the way back, like, it's buffered enough. Yeah, it's buffered all the way back. Okay. So why is lead not running if it just looks like all of this should be on? Well... Oh. Something's sucking down aluminum like nobody's business. What the heck? Interesting. Something was up with this. 'Cause yeah, look at how far back some of these go. Alright, so there were issues with these alloys running. I didn't realize they were that busted. Alright. We might have to go do a little bit of minor surgery on the belt base again. Do I want to... What do I want to do here? I'm going to grab... Oh, actually, yeah, I'm going to do this next batch of these. Because I think these each have a couple of batches ready to go. Yeah, we'll do one more. I think there's enough seeds or enough batches of these here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 8 is 40 seeds. Yeah, that'll be... That will be enough for... Oh. I had my legs turned off. Way too slow. 40 seeds should be enough to let it still run a couple more iterations, and that's what matters. We're going to do a little more minor surgery on the belt base. I want to try to route some coke differently, because I think we can. I know I was just saying how happy I was that this coke setup has survived this long. And it's possible that I'm about to make a huge mistake. But let's see what we can figure out here. So we've got... Oh, this isn't even... Yikes. Okay. So yeah, we've got this that's coming down as a single belt of coke that gets shared between acetylene and aluminum here. So I want this to be 2 belts of coke. I want to bring in a second belt. But also, this is not okay. This should be pushing out much more coke than this. So something is backed up or not right somewhere. Oh. Uh-huh. Hello, belts. Belt of coal that comes from where? Oh, no. All right. Well, I appreciate that I also have these ridiculous... I don't think those are doing anything. I'm pretty sure that line of coal is an appendix. So we're gonna do this. Oh, boy. Okay. Oh, we have triple belt stacking now. Ooh, ah. Interesting to see if that breaks anything in my base. I don't think it will. I don't think it can. Oh, and science is running again. Hey, hey, cool. I guess we could... I don't know which nuclear things I'm gonna need in which quantities. Right? I mean, I guess... we're gonna need breeder reactors for heat. I know that this is a thing. That there is... something that wants... No, it's not the breeder reactor. It's... what am I trying to think of? Yafsi will tell me. Yafsi always knows what I want. Let's make something here that needs heat. What needs heat? Dognus need heat, don't they? Yeah. RTG, that's what I'm thinking of. The RTG makes... Oh, that's much further down. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's all the way down at Simics. Okay. So I don't have to worry about that yet. I do, however, with the breeder reactors, get, you know, better... I can use these, I think, for heat. And I do have... Don't know what the tech is, but it's down here somewhere. It is... Oh, it is an advanced material processing. We get these guys, right? That make 2K steam from heat. So, like, I don't know if this is a good way to do power or not from breeder reactors, but it's an option. And I guess that's like the traditional Factorio nuclear, right? I mean, we could find out, can't we? Let's, here, let's just repurpose this tab. So we want to make electricity. We're going to do that with steam turbines, 2,000 degrees, from heat exchangers, from breeder reactors. Then we have two different fuel cell options, which I don't think I actually do yet. Oh, no, we do. So MOX is plutonium. Interesting. And I assume we need some, like, reprocessing, right? Because we'll do the uranium fuel cells, and then we're going to end up wanting... plutonium oxide from the used MOX fuel cells. Yeah. How do I get plutonium oxide initially? Neutron capture gives me 239 from 241 and 242. Oh, here we go. Plutonium oxide from plutonium peroxide and ethanol. From antimony phosphate and depleted uranium fuel cells. Okay. So I need, like, both of these kinds of things running to do the full system. And I get power as a byproduct anyway. That is the conclusion that I'm coming to for how this is going to work. Interesting. And, 500 complex circuit boards for one breeder reactor. Awesome. You need basically everything on that research all together. Yep, that's the conclusion I came to. All right, it is ad break o'clock again. I'm going to get myself some more water and stretch my legs. I recommend everyone else do the same. Take care of yourselves as a human being. Also check uranium mine power. 180 megawatts. That's not nothing. Anyway, yeah, recommend everyone else also get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as a human being. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and I might do a little more theory crafting on all this stuff, or I might not, but I'll see y'all soon. Welcome back, everybody. Oh, not that screen. This screen. Let's see what we can figure out. I'm getting ahead of myself here, but, like, we're gonna need nuclear stuff. So the question is, like, for the nuclear sample, we need plutonium-238. And we get that from either this neutron capture or this oxide, like, separation. And I feel like this is the intended way, right? And we get plutonium oxide from the MOX cells. And we get MOX cells from making heat, right? There we go. So for these, we need plutonium-239, and we get it. But we also need uranium-238, which we need to get from... Okay, well, we have 242 that'll spoil, so we'll put that in there. And we have... I mean, let's just assume that all of our other isotopes spoil. And I know that's not necessarily, like, the best way to go about it, but we'll see if we have other things to do with them, like, as we go. So we also need to do this yellow cake separation to get the uranium-238. And honestly, this is fine for continuous operation. The U-235 spoils. The U-236 spoils. Yeah, I can't do anything with americium until purple science. So I really don't want the plutonium-241 to spoil, do I? I want to neutron capture that up. All right. So my options are to do it with 239 or with 242. It looks like I probably have to do both, huh? So if 239 and 242 don't spoil, we want to do neutron capture on both of those. And link that, and link that. And then there's still going to be a little bit of spoilage? No. All right, no, not spoil. 241 needs to do, I mean, both of the neutron capture things, right? So we want to get rid of as much of it as possible. Gives us extra 240. 240 decay is fine. That gives us extra 242. Oh, and extra 239. They kind of all, like, cross-connect. Okay. But I think we can let both of those potentially spoil. As long as we're using up all of the... I mean, I think I did it. I think it's balanced. And this is saying we don't need this neutron capture recipe at all. We just need this one. using the 241 into 242 and 240, which can both decay into uranium isotopes and then uranium oxide just spoils into ash. Okay. So this is all fine. It doesn't bootstrap uranium. But, like, this is the MOX loop that gives me all the plutonium I need. Now, what is my reactor formation? Reactor layout. So, I mean, I think also, like, this is wrong because reactors always consume everything, right? So, like, yeah. And this is going to be the fun part, quote unquote, is, okay, I need another 238 use, which can be uranium spoiling again. I mean, if I just let it all decay, it basically works. I don't know if I love that, but it does basically work. Presumably, if I wanted to, with all of these uranium isotopes, I could also... What do I need for the plutonium peroxide? That's a question. Phosphoric acid, antimony oxide, and antimony phosphate 1. Aha! Okay. So I do have to be bringing in these depleted uranium cells. Add a second copy. Now we're getting somewhere. Again, this has to be 1. But there's nothing else I can do with these except antimony phosphate. Ah, nuclear fuel reprocessing. Much further in the future. All right. So this one, I don't think we've run full speed. I think we have to run this one. Like, it's basically going to be limited by its outserter, right? Because we're only going to be using so much depleted uranium. And that's going to be our limiting factor. Okay. And then, why are we making so much extra? Oh, antimony phosphate 2, Purex concentrate are things we need to deal with. This can go back to phosphorus acid. Okay, antimony phosphate 2, also phosphorus acid. Yeah, we'll figure out what to do with those. Then the uranium fuel cell in. Oh, I'm clicking on the fuel, sorry. Here. Uranium-235 and uranium-238. Yep. And for that, we are going back to yellow cake isotope separation. Oh, nice. It almost ratios down to exactly one assembler making uranium fuel to maintain science. And probably if I tweaked some things so we were letting less of these other isotopes spoil, it would actually work out as one assembler, but Yikes. That can't be right. I'm missing something. Oh, right. Well, we're running this full speed. That's what we're missing. If we... Okay. That's why. And I guess plutonium oxide, for whatever reason... Plutonium oxide doesn't decay. So I was thinking that we had to run this at full speed. But we don't. Right? Again, this will just be outserter limited. And then, yeah, even down here, it's an even smaller fraction. All right, we're down to a more reasonable number of gigawatts, although... 1.6 gigawatts. Oh, it only makes 4 megawatts of heat. That's rough. But I'm gonna bet if we don't do stuff with plutonium, and here, let's allow overproduction of these guys. Oh, it still wants to pull it from the plutonium. One of these links decided that it's way better to get uranium-238 from, like, plutonium spoiling than... Oh, it's the yellow cake separation. Okay. So this is just not viable for power right now, is what I'm realizing. And I guess that's intended. Because, like, even to make the uranium fuel cells, we need way too many particle accelerators to get the U-235 and U-238, right? Oh, no. This did something wrong. What is being allowed overproduction here? Nothing's being allowed overproduction. It just really decided that it wants to do more plutonium chain stuff instead of just, like, running this. Either way, 50 particle accelerators for the U-238 is a bonkers amount, but... Oh, you know what I think it figured out? It figured out that there's... Here. Figured out that there's too much U-238. That's what it figured out. And it decided that it really needed that. But still, yeah, 75 gigawatts to get 100 megawatts of heat out. That is not viable, which again, we knew. Clear fixed building count, let all this go back to whatever it's going to go back to. So we're still going to need hilarious amounts of power. Like, this is another 2 of my modules, or 1.5 of my, my power modules that I use right now, although we will get upgrades to power, right? Maybe we should do that before we do nuclear. Let me find biomass 2. Oh, it's underneath nuclear. Of course it is. Because I think upgrading everything to biomass 2 is, think more efficient? Yeah, Mark II power is a big upgrade. Yeah. So maybe we wait we just push through the tech tree and we find other stuff to do that's not nuclear while we are pushing towards biomass 2. I think that's what it's going to have to be. Nuclear is still just like a big gate in the tech tree, so we still have to research it, but yeah. If we took all this heat that we're generating, and generated as much steam as we can, yeah. The Mark II turbines output 9.5 gigawatts at full capacity. Wow. Yeah, let me find... This is my biomass power. And something went wrong here. Right. So if we upgrade this to biomass power plant Mark IIs, and we use the better hot molten salt recipe, add fuel usage, molten salt to 2,000. Five logs a second to run that. And then... Yeah, well, my modules are just scaled around these 3 forestries, right? So 7 biomass power plants off of 3 forestries, which generates the higher temperature steam. Sure, heat exchanger Mark II. Electricity. 1.6 gigawatts. What's wrong? Oh. Is this the wrong turbine? There it is. Turbine 2. So yeah, 3.25 gigawatts. From the same logs that currently are netting me, what? The heat exchanger to turbine ratio is definitely different. Gonna have to figure that out. But yeah, if we use fuel usage for molten salt, yeah, and these are a lot more biomass power plants. And then the pressurized steam to electricity. Yeah. 20 power plants to 5 exchangers to 1 turbine. Okay. Good to know. So yeah, what is currently 6.7 megawatts up to like a few gigawatts, give or take, you know, adjusting my... It's huge. I should probably redesign the module at that point. your 20 to 5 to 1 ratio is very tempting to just go for. And if I wanted to build this for 20 power plants, let's just do those ratios. 2,000 degree steam, electricity generation, turbine. Nine. What? Oh, it's beautiful. What the heck? Probably more like 8 gigawatts with efficiency module. Yeah, and this is no modules. This is no nothing. This is purely... Needs a bunch of muddy sludge in. Oh, that's just because that's not linked right. And pressurized water. Okay, well... Yeah, we're definitely going to redesign the power plant when we get here. Because, like... That is... ZI 9 gigawatts. Yep. Biomass is OP, and we've all known this. So yeah, each of these... Because of how the ratios work out with the size that I decided to build these, basically... Each of these little sub-modules is 1.5 heat exchangers / turbines. And it's 3 forestries, right? So 3 of these modules makes twice as much power as my whole base. And I've currently got 6, 7, 8... plus change. So... And that's with significantly fewer heat biomass power plants as well. Admittedly, what does it take to make 20 biomass power plant Mark IIs? How many red circuits is that? Yeah. A cool 2,000 complex circuit boards. That's really painful until I get the blue science upgrades. Yeah. Don't look at mech parts too. I did a little bit, and I wasn't thrilled. So yeah, power is gonna remain an issue, is what I'm seeing, and the conclusion that I'm coming to here. I'm not really sure what to do about that, but how much did I kill enough time for anything interesting to happen in the base? That's the real question. Did we spend enough time in YAFC that, like, anything has changed at all, or are we still just everything's buffering? Yeah, I mean, circuits are running. They're trying. They're trying real hard. These guys are running. Toroidal inductors are almost ready for another load. Okay. And then those will make their way down here for this build. Electrolytic capacitors obviously still need the corpse lilies. Optical fiber. Oh, I was going to hand deliver that, and I forgot. Yeah, power is going to be really tight, for sure. For the next, I don't know, 100 hours or something. However long it takes us to get through And, like, I could keep dropping these down, right? And each of these is a little over a gigawatt. But, like, gross. But nothing else really seems viable to scale power to, like, the amounts that we're going through. And yeah, there are things that I can do to free up a few hundred megawatts. And we've talked about that on stream before. But I just don't... I don't think I have... You know, cutting my power in half does not seem like it's in the cards, right? And it feels like that's what we would have to do to, There we go. And because this is the stage that 2x is, I think this will get dispatched automatically. I don't think I have to hand deliver the next... I don't think we'll have to hand deliver this to the next stage. I think it'll do the right thing for me. And then the stage after that, like, triples again, and then there's heaps of them. How's glass doing? Glass is stopped. Because I don't have heat. Okay, this might be a thing that we have to fix. I hate to say it. I hate to do it, but we might need more hot air. Like, this is running full tilt. Oh no, we're out of coke oven gas on the input. Ooh, okay. I take it back. Maybe this isn't running consistently. Every time I've come over here, it's been running. Which is not the same thing as it running consistently, of course. And that runs depending on this, which, yeah, we are running out of coke oven gas. And this is not running because... It is running. It's not fast enough to supply that heat. Okay. So I could, in theory, because this can heat up, you know, all of the coke oven gas it needs, right? They're like 200 a second. Yeah. In theory, I can inject, and this only uses like a trickle of this because it's like 95. There's a point where it loses efficiency, 12.5 to 12.5. Oh, 50 to 47.5. Okay, so I'll need one more heat exchanger, and I think that's fine. Oh, and one more biomass power plant even. But we could make this bring in 100 degrees C coke oven gas from somewhere else and heat it up, right? That is... definitely an option. So there's this old recipe, which makes 250 degrees C gas. And there's this, which I think is what we're using up above. And then, yeah, warm stone bricks. Warmer stone bricks. This is the reheat recipe. Red hot coke makes a little bit of coke oven gas. I know we don't have a ton of red hot coke running, but like, what am I doing with that coke oven gas? Are we just like voiding this, or does it go somewhere? Oh, it actually goes somewhere. Okay. That's funny. Are the bees running? Sort of. They're trying. Yeah. But, like, this just doesn't run that frequently, right? We're not making that much coke through this method. So yeah, we can definitely do the 250°C coke oven gas. Oh, I mean, this is definitely a better ratio of raw coal to hot air than, sorry, this one versus this one. This is definitely better. I mean, I could be making, I can make coke and make coke oven gas, right? Like, that is totally a thing I can do. Yeah, just coal into red hot coke. Just let that decay into coke, because it's not used for much. Oh, it's better to do this, though. Oh, this makes heaps of coke doing this. I don't need all this coke, though. Like, I'm worried if I do this, the whole system's gonna jam up on coke. And I don't know why I need so little coke. This is one of the great questions I have about my base, is it seems like from everything I've heard, people have a lot more coke flying around their base than I do. I mean, we can always do more coke fluidization off of it, right? We can always do... What's this? Sodium carbonate. I have tons of SX coke. I'm constantly voiding it off. Yeah, fair. And maybe that's... I mean... I think right now my coke voids are also have themselves had issues, right? So we fixed some of the blockages on tar processing, which should mean that like our coke to coal, gas, and tar can run more consistently. Yeah, and certainly there's room here for a lot more coke to come. But making... So doing this, and then I guess, like, we can do this, which also makes more coal dust, which I do need. We just have to be able to get rid of the coke and get rid of the coal dust. Xi upgrades use it. Arcot upgrades use it, of course. New nylon. Woohoo. Nope, never mind. That one I don't think I can unlock. Well, I think I'm going to call it here for today. My brain is a little bit mush. I'm still not really sure what to, like, be actively working on. We have a couple of strings to pull on. Obviously, we have to figure out... I should maybe be looking into what I'm going to need for, like, the chemical science inputs, but that's all, like, advanced small parts, and I don't know. But, yeah, thanks everybody for coming in. I really appreciate it. We made progress. Red circuits are technically done. We're just waiting for, like, all the rail buffers to work themselves out for red circuits to start, right? Like, everything is here, everything exists, it will eventually work. So now we just gotta work through finding the bottlenecks and fixing things where we can. But yeah, thanks everybody. Thanks if you're watching this on YouTube. I appreciate everyone who tunes in and watches the VODs there. If you want to watch me live, you know where to find the link. And I will see everyone on Tuesday with more pie. Just a reminder, there's no stream tomorrow. I have some family obligations. Yeah, thanks again, everybody. I'm going to stop the recording.